don't want to be there.
Oh, probably. And did he enjoy the Capitol?
Welcome aboard.
Oh, he's so cute. Oh, you love your little doggy.
Here, baby. We need to bring him.
You should.
Pretty super little guy. Have a seat first, and then her call docket, and then I'll meet with you. Okay, the Sean Abrams. Do you have your?
Deputy Lord, can you check to see about if the internet is moving too slower?
Okay, I'll check.
Because it's taking a long time. Okay, all right. I think it's going great. I guess the internet is just slow today.
It's yours.
Yes, it is now working. Thank you. Vashawn, on my way in, you know, they were playing some songs that took me back to the 70s. They played some Rick Springfield, I've Done Everything for You. And then guess what came on afterwards? Lisa and the Cup Jam. I cried out.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's like the only song people remember, right?
Yes.
And so I'm just, I was listening to it and just blasting the music. And then they played Smokey Robinson, Cruising with You. Smokey Robinson had the best 8-track because, you know, back in the day, you can't fast forward an 8-track and say, I'm going to a different song. Yep. Children today don't understand when the entire, I guess they don't use albums anymore, but his entire 8-track was awesome. You didn't want to skip through songs. All right, everyone, I'm going to call the docket. When I call the docket, you need to let me know you are here. If I don't hear your name, I'm going to assume you're not here, and a warrant may be issued for your arrest. In custody, we have McIntyre, Afton Tutt. All right, I'm going to give people a little leeway because I know there was an accident on 90. And even though it was just a fender bender, everybody thinks that they're going to get major money, so nobody moves it over to the shoulder. James Cole. Gracie Sugando.
Set that one together with its case.
Okay. Could I see that file, please? Pedro Alonso. Jesse Rabago is in custody. Daniel Maris Medina. Zachary Sanchez, if you hear your case has been reset. Do you have those files on Zachary Sanchez and St. John Smith? If I got to see those, please. Wilbert Villamil is in custody. Mark Wilson, custody. Stephen Wellington. In custody is Shawana Canales. Leah Thompson. Thank you. And can I see the file on Enrique Mendez, if you have it? Damon Thomas, custody. Robert Pettis. Robert Pettis. In custody is Nicholas Sarabia. Terrence Truesdale. Eliza Sierra.
Alicia.
Thank you. Anthony White. Pronounce that middle name. Anthony Vivomeki White. Celestina Gonzalez. John Anthony Rodriguez. In custody, we have Ricardo Torres, Desiree Gutierrez. Myra Gallegos. Larry Casillas. Thank you. In custody, we have Alola Nezi. Michael Mora. Jesus Martinez, custody, Robert Solis. In custody, we have Robert Valdez, Richard Ortiz, Katrina Mendoza, Jose Ruiz, Christopher Gonzalez. In custody, we have Carlos Landaverti. Is there anyone who came in later? Your name was not called? What's your name?
Jose Becerra,
Spell your last name.
B as in Victor, BCPR,
Do you know who your attorney is?
Jonathan Ross.
And do you know your cause number, SID number?
I don't.
All right, just give me a moment and we'll get with you. Anyone else? All right, attorneys, you know the rules. Please confer. Yeah, the other ones that have been reset, I don't think you all pulled the file. Is that correct? All right, so we're done. Okay, and this one has been reset for July 6th. Yeah.
So we did not answer.
We have
That's his house.
Hi.
Nobody has an option. All right, well. Just had
Oh, I understand that. It's just that I don't have it in the document.
Okay.
One of those understood.
No, that's not what they said at the meeting, you know.
He is in custody, but I don't have it in my document. It's in the document. I'm checking.
No, you're not in limbo. If they're not gonna let you explain to them. All right, I'm gonna take this up with them. Just, yeah, have them, pull your voucher, or whatever, and I'm gonna take it up with them at the voucher committee. Sure, no problem.
Who's the last one?
Hello,
Morning, Judge.
morning.
I have Mr. Cole, I think he's third on your docket. He did not announce present. I want the court to know I'm here. I have lost communication with him for quite a few months now.
Okay.
And so
All
if
right, do
he,
you want to give him 15 minutes or you want the court to take it up?
I need to check in with another court. With your permission, may I return?
Yes.
All right, I'll do that, Judge.
Sure.
Thank you.
She sent the docket meeting request.
Yes.
The last person, the last page in that. We're saying someone else's.
Okay.
So they requested.
Is there any way we can, is there any way we
Yeah,
can-
they want.
So any that from it, but
Yeah.
it's gonna take a few.
they'll bring him here. So if you could come back at probably like 9:45, we'll have him here.
Okay, I'll be in the impact court.
Okay.
I'll be back.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate you.
What's your name?
Robert Solis.
Hi. Thank
Have a
you.
seat in the front
Sure,
row.
no problem.
Thank you so much. Good.
We've got pretty good offer in the file. I want to talk with her. I'm thinking, I've got another call I need to check in with. Can I just go down there and check in? I'll be back.
Okay,
Thank you, Jim.
you're welcome.
But the reason I'm trying to see.
Oh, no printout for, that's not for me. Hello.
Changes. Yeah. They're trying to challenge it here. No. Yeah. Oh, no, you got to stay jail or the possession or possession is. Right. Yeah. And I don't know if you can hire them. Status, like whenever that case is set. Well. We actually. Or people that are hired on it, so they. Oh, yeah, that's good. So I will. It's not. There's no videos, it's just. One paragraph. On the cell. Yeah. On the cell. Yes. So, I mean, something. Yeah. Yeah. If you have another person. Okay. What's up? Maybe when you are, you know, it's retaliation case for people. It's not to find about a specific officer going out on lettuce. Yeah. And then he puts it on the. Well, he says, give this officer. But he's saying that he's not saying kill. He wanted to. Box. It's one of the better. My client is, we'll see about that. It's not stuff. No, that's, we did not ask about. But he does call 911. He was struck in the face. He was brought up. Trying to ask that was just his. City signs that. All is not really good. It's maybe not, it sounds like very bad stuff. He's saying that kill him. It's not. It happens. Issue that the officer should. That's it. touch base. Yeah.
All right, Daniel Mars Medina.
Daniel, come on out. Yes. Yeah.
All right, plea deadline date.
Your Honor, I reviewed the offer with my client. Good morning.
Good morning.
There was a change. While you have two cases here, there were two cases in another court. The other two cases were resolved independently. And I'm still waiting for a Padilla letter. We do have Teresa Coles Davila appointed. I emailed her the offer. I emailed her the update. And I'm still negotiating with Daniel about a potential revised counter. Oh, we're proposing maybe a counter offer.
All right, and has Ms. Coles Davila gotten back in touch with you?
She has responded. She has it. She's working on it. And it did change because I had to tell her that the other two cases they're dismissed.
Okay,
So it will change slightly.
okay. All right, I'm gonna give you all 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yes, Judge.
So we're gonna come back on June 20th,
June 20th.
and that will be your plea deadline date, and the court is not going to extend it any further.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and if you'll sign those,
I will sign them. And I did have some motions that I wanted to have heard, but it's something about like a motion for witness list or request for compliance with 404. That's all I really
all
wanted
right, if
to.
you want to have those heard now, we can hear those.
If they're in the court's file,
All
I
right,
can check.
could you check and see if those motions, they're not in the court's file, but if you could see if you can download them. All right, they're gonna
Thank
put
you,
them.
Judge. Just have a seat and then back in again.
Yes, you may. You know, the rumor is, good morning. The rumor, the rumor is that you were 70 years old. And I'm like, Daryl Harry's 70? And they were like, you were drinking from the fountain of youth.
Yeah, a very spry.
Yeah, a spry 70.
And may I introduce a colleague?
Yes, come forward.
New intern in my section, Miss Deja Hall, an LSU alum who's matriculated to St. Mary's, like someone else I know, the Honorable Stephanie Renee Boyd.
Hi.
Good
how are
morning,
you?
Your Honor.
So where are you from?
I'm from Houston originally.
Oh, so you went to God's country, Louisiana?
type.
See, I put her on the spot. And she was like, oh, how do I respond to this?
Louisiana was nice, but I miss Texas. I was ready to come home.
So what year are you in?
I'm gonna be a 2L next year.
Oh, awesome. Once you pass, first year, it's smooth sailing.
I hope so.
Oh, no, it will be. You're going to do excellent.
Thank you.
If you ever need anything, just stop by, okay? And if ever you want to just sit in the courtroom or come down for a trial and see what's happening, you're more than welcome to do so.
Thank you.
I always find that once you see things, it makes law school so much easier.
I don't know about that, Judge, but,
Oh, it does.
and I've impressed upon her that she owes the Buckeye State thanks for a quarterback as well.
Oh, don't even, a Buckeye, I don't even know if that's a real mascot.
Judge, again, it's one tough nut to crack.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. But yeah, Deputy Laura, somebody called me last night. And they're like, is Daryl 70? I'm like, no. They're like, he looks great for a 70-year-old. I'm like, I don't think he's 70. So then I started doubting myself.
Yeah.
Oh, and Deputy Laura, rules apply.
Okay.
And then. After he gets arrested and then the PhD.
All right, and could I see the files on, oh, do you need the files? All right, and could I see the files on Jose Castagnon, Wesley Crawford, and Cheyenne Fox? Cheyenne Fox. And Joseph, since you're here, we can take up Wesley Crawford.
Sonner, off the record.
Yes.
Yeah. 2 years. No.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a reset date on Mr. Crawford. And give me probably 75 days. Because he hasn't come back from the state hospital, has he?
No.
All right, about 75 days then.
I can do it toward the end of August.
Okay,
To August 31st.
all right, so that's on Mr. Crawford, August 31st.
Okay. They jump on myself for a little bit.
All right, no problem.
These are the separate documents. Oh, yes. I'll give you those.
Yes.
All right, and then Norma, we're gonna put Jose Castagnon for August 31st as well. And if you let the attorneys know if they want to come sooner than that or something happens, just let us know. We'll put them on the docket. All right, and I need Mr. Fox.
Those cases have been discussed.
Ah. All right. Awesome.
It's more than one case.
2 cases. Don't know. If you don't have the exact copies. Wait.
Oh, it's, do y'all need the files? Okay.
Asking.
Okay.
Let me know if I'm friends. Yeah. Big turnaround as well. I think you have to request it. We put it to go into Daniel.
Yes. You're welcome. And Norma, if you could let attorneys know that inmates are being sent back at a specific time if they're not on time, and they will come back tomorrow.
He's also very big on. Yeah, I think she still was. There's an offer in the finals, due to do reprobation with, Yeah.
Bottom row, second and third chair. Second row on top. Second row on top.
Where I go now?
What an offer. We just got our offer. I don't know how late. It may receive. There, Casillas?
All right, Larry Casillas. All right, what's happening with this case?
Judge, we got the offer today. Mr. Casillas would like 1 week to consider the options on the offer, talk to family members. And we'd like to come back next Monday.
All right, do you have all the discovery?
We do.
All right, I need a discovery acknowledgement today. And then Norma, I want this recalled next week for a plea deadline date. All right, we'll be back on June 12th. After you sign the reset form, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
So hang out right here.
You can go to the back.
You can go back.
Thank you so much.
This is yours. I already have some. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Stringer.
Hi.
Come by and say hello.
Oh, awesome. Well, I'm here for your father, but you,
Yeah.
not so much. It's so great to see you. So how are you doing? Oh, that's good. Oh, hey, it's always great to see you. I see where your son get their looks from.
Well, you know where I got my gray hair from.
Hey, gray is nice.
Gray is beautiful.
It is.
Any color is beautiful if you got it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Nice to see you too. How we doing? Oh, and I'm still working on that portrait thing.
good. good.
So that's gonna
Is that
happen.
gonna be the 144th?
Yes, it's gonna happen before this year is over. with.
Thank you.
I'm gonna make it happen.
Bless you.
Because as
Thank
you
you,
can
Judge.
see, everybody's smiling.
I think that is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Look, this goes all the way back to Judge Johnny Benavides. Oh,
Yes.
The 187. And then Judge Prado. Pat Priest. Outstanding.
Yeah, there are a couple that they say.
We
their-
gotta
their
get the
eyes fall-
144th up to speed.
Well, I love history. So I've been telling everybody, so people know who was in the court. But Anna and Amici and I had got together and we were thinking of names. And we're like, oh, we've covered everybody. Then we called Judge Carruthers and he started naming people. We're like, oh my gosh, we missed some people.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to get it done. I know it's gonna be hard to get photos of some, but I'm working on
We
it.
just went to the fourth court to look at the photos on the wall there and, nobody remembers Judge Ron Carr. Judge
Ah.
Ron Carr was from Crystal City.
Yeah,
And Judge Rudy Esquivel but who they missed
Mhm.
is Judge Klingeman.
Yeah.
And we went in to see Justice Rebecca Martinez, ask her, but she's not there yet.
Yeah.
What happened to Judge Klingeman? He served with Judge Cadena.
but I'm gonna, because we did a spreadsheet. So I'm gonna talk to you to make sure that we don't miss anybody.
Good.
But I'm trying to get everybody on the district courts on page with join it and then the county courts get on page.
If somebody like you doesn't be the tail twister, it'll never get done. Jimmy Allison used to do this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But Now you.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make it happen because I think we should know our history.
Great.
All right, thank you. Good seeing you guys.
Watch out, Dad.
Yeah.
I'll say nothing.
Judge, can I approach?
Yes.
Oh, you can run always with South Africa.
Thank you so much. Oh, wow. Okay, awesome. So desperately want to go and I love meeting the group. Okay, just, all right, yeah, just make arrangements with Norma. Usually a noon time, but any day, well, next week, Wednesdays are best at noon. No, this Wednesday is not good. You want to do it this week?
What time is good?
This week, Friday at noon would be great.
Friday at noon.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and just let Miss Ferguson know and she'll put it on my calendar. You're welcome.
You're good?
LaShawn, Mom told me not to get her any more pecans. You know, she loves pecans, right? So she's like, don't get me any more pecans. You know, I shouldn't, you know, I'm eating so many. And then she calls me 2 days ago. Hey, did you order any pecans? And I'm like, you and I are in tune. I've already ordered them. So pecan season is almost done. It is. We used to pick them all the time and shell them for Thanksgiving.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes,
Pardon me?
yes.
I wanted to let you know that my client, Yvette Martinez, is here. She failed to notify your office to us, so you can bring it for a while.
Okay.
We're talking about it, and the DA is, I have it on your docket today, so the file is on it right now.
All right. And did you let the clerks know so they can bring her file out?
No, I saw it.
All right, thank you.
Finally, while we're waiting for that file.
Oh, he has the file. I'm telling you, they work quickly. Yeah. All right, and it's Yvette Martinez?
Correct.
For the file for Yvette Martinez, could you give them the cause number? Mr. Longacre, could you give them the cause number? Could you give the clerk the cause number?
I'm sorry, that would be 2023 CR 1876.
Is that Jordan Brown? Hi, Mom always asks about you.
She's
She's like, how's Jordan doing?
How's it going, Dish?
So, great. So what are you here for?
I'm just here to get some dismissals for a examining trial. Normally I'd submit them online, but they're rushing me if you don't mind.
Sure. Is that for our court or no?
They are assigned to a court, yes.
Oh, okay. But I was trying to
They're
anyway.
old cases. I'm not sure where they filed anyways, but this expedites the process.
All right, because I wanted to, if it was from another court, I just called them out of courtesy.
Oh, what? I appreciate that. I wouldn't do that.
Oh,
Let's say they were absent.
all right. Thank you. Have a great one.
You too, thank
All right, who's here on Tamar McIntyre? All right, if you'll come forward and have your client come forward. Just one moment. You should always answer the phone when mom calls.
Always.
Yes. All right, so this is a case that's had a lot of settings, and the reason why it's had a lot of settings because it started out in juvenile court. So I know that y'all are just coming to adult court. So I'm not going to take those settings in consideration unless someone would want me to take those in consideration. So even though I know it's been on the docket for a while, it hasn't been on the docket in this court until now. So where are we, first of all, with discovery matters?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the state's been in full compliance with discovery. We have boxes of material at our office that's been provided from the state. The previous ADA was Christina Fielder, who is, I believe, head of juvenile. And we've been working with her for quite some time. I believe there were several meetings between Mr. Goldstein, myself, and Christina Fielder about the potential matters that could arise at a trial. And we were working through those. I conveyed those matters to Mr. Garahan, and he had informed me that he's just now getting up to speed on the matter because there are voluminous discovery that needs to be reviewed. And so I believe there is also the possibility for further negotiations as well, which we'll be talking about.
And that's correct, Your Honor. There's roughly right now 6 boxes. Granted, the actual case in chief would probably be much smaller than that. But just our due diligence, and I think if we could get another discovery compliance, just to make sure that defense has everything that we have, I think would be appropriate this time, because I think this is probably one of the first settings
Yes.
that we've actually been all in the same courtroom,
Yes.
at least over here on this side.
No, it is. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. And I normally don't do this, but I'm going to give you all 60 days. That's the discovery. So, Mr. McIntyre, the way things work in this court is I make sure both defense, whoever your defense counsel is, have all the discovery. Once they have all the discovery and everyone has had a chance to review that, I make them sign a discovery acknowledgement form. And then after that, I make the state tender an offer. And then I give you a plea deadline date, and you can let the court know whether or not you accept the offer. If you choose not to accept the offer, then you will be given a jury trial date. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you have any questions about the process or anything?
No, ma'am.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, I need a 60-day reset. All right, so we'll be back on August 3rd. August 3rd will be your discovery date. And as I said, on that date, I'm going to expect a discovery acknowledgement.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there anything else from either side?
Nothing further from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Yvette Martinez, are you all ready or no? To confirm? Afton Touch.
There's our president.
State, we're gonna go on the record. Court is calling 2019 CR 13185, State of Texas versus Afton Latoya Tut. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
for the defense?
David McLean for Afton Tut.
All right, so I think this person has a bond forfeiture already. Is that correct? Did someone look that up? I saw where one was entered on November 24th. And that's from 2020. And Deputy Laura, did you make an announcement in outside?
Yes, Your Honor, there was no answer.
For 2020,
Yes, that's how long this,
she came back and then she made another bond. Given this in 2020.
all right, thank you. All right, counsel, have you had any contact with your client?
I have not, Judge. I've used the numbers that were provided and the addresses, but I've not had any contact. Unappointed.
Have you tried the bondsman?
I did try the bondsman earlier. I have not had any contact.
Oh, it's a PR bond? All right, thank you. All right, the court is going to issue a judge's warrant. And the court will remand your client without bond. If she makes an appearance or he makes an appearance, the court will reconsider.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Your
Appreciate it.
excuse.
We'll do what we can.
All right, thank you. Oh, and I'm sorry, I forgot. Whenever I call the style of case, that's when we're on the record. All right, thank you. Who is Desiree Gutierrez? All right, it is her first setting. Do you have all the discovery?
Yes, sir.
Was an offer tendered?
An offer was tendered.
All right, how old are you?
31.
All right, so I'm going to reset this for a plea deadline date. Ms. Ferguson, can you call this next week for plea deadline?
I have federal court that day in Del Rio.
Okay. I know how federal court works. If you don't show, they send the marshals to come pick you up.
They just fine you.
Yeah.
$1,000.
Oh, no. One of my classmates was sick, just out of the hospital. And the federal judge told them, you need to appear. He's like, I'm sick. I'm just out of the hospital. Federal marshals came to his house. He had to stop and put gas in his car. And they escorted him to the county line and said, do not come back until you speak to that judge. So I don't want you in that situation.
13th is fine, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, we'll come back on June 13th.
All
All right, you're excused after you sign the reset form. All right, thank you. I'm sorry, can you see that file back there? Yes. Thank you. James Cole. James Cole. Pedro Alonso. All right, thank you. Robert Pettis. Robert Pettis. You want to try Elysia? Elysia or Sierra? Sierra. Anthony White. Anthony White. Michael Mora. Michael Mora. Robert Solis.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to. Yes. Trying to like picture it all like that so this hands. And somehow allows us to use. That's this one. So. I don't know if it's like. I'll send you that. Yeah, just.
Rashawn. Rashawn.
Yeah.
Good, you're aware this is gonna be on your third chair.
Yes, I'm like, Hank, that is such a great name.
And his last name's Wilkins, so I was like.
Williams, yeah, I mean,
I'll
like,
get warmed up.
okay.
I haven't decided. if it's still got time.
Yeah.
You had that last time, yeah.
Yeah, I just forwarded all this stuff. Yeah, it's fun. Season's like, it's like, I'm gonna decide. It's too much. It takes all day. So,
Okay, we're on.
Okay. Let me get it ready.
Excuse me.
This one. Switch. Yeah.
We're not ready. DA is starting the paper. One, that one. Okay, starting the paperwork now. Thank you. Your Honor,
Yes.
pardon me, we are gonna enter a plea in this case today and ask for a PSI. It is, I'm gonna start the paperwork, now checking with another court.
Yes, but it doesn't take them that long to do paperwork.
So don't be long,
No, it doesn't take them long to do paperwork.
so don't wait.
No, yes. So, yeah, so they should have it ready fairly quickly.
Okay, I'll say.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes.
He's on the Apple.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Memories.
I don't have that on the last page.
Oh, they were in a bar.
Ah, okay, I see it. So he's waiving the motions? All right, thank you.
They're both like.
All right, thank you.
South Austin. And she was saying like the river runs through it and that's the way. And then I listened to Breeze and. I think that's what. But and I don't think that's.
Yes.
I don't know where she got it.
All right, thank you.
It's.
All right, could I see the party on Daniel Morris Medina's?
Medina.
All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 9069, State of Texas versus Daniel Morris Medina. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
defense?
Joseph Stateson.
All right, and are you Mr. Morris Medina?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so the defense has several motions and the court has been given the discovery acknowledged defense. Do you have all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
I do have all, I have reviewed it with my client, yes.
All right, then the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. All right, the first motion we have is notice of state's intention to use evidence of extraneous offenses at trial, which is the 404B motion. That's just a notice, they're requesting it.
Right, Judge.
Okay. The next motion is a motion for witness list.
No opposition from the state judge will provide that shortly.
Okay, so that will be granted. And then it's requests for compliance under 3914.
Okay, that, I don't believe I'm missing anything, but again, I don't know what the state has or turned over. I believe I have everything, but just an ongoing duty for them to hand over additional discovery if they have it.
Okay.
And all three of those are the same filed in the other cause number.
Okay. And so is the answer the same in each?
Yes, Judge.
Should be.
All right, and then I do need an acknowledgement of discovery then in 9069.
I believe
I thought I did two.
we did two of them. It should both.
Ah, thank you. All right, and cause number 2022 CR 9068. Counsel, have you received all the discovery that you review with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, I have. I've reviewed it with him.
All right, and then the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery and that cause number as well. Let me see. We'll be back on June 20th for a plea deadline date. Is there anything else from either side?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. Oh, and you know, I spent all day yesterday cleaning out the garage. I should have worn a mask. And I should have taken my allergy medicine. I did not. And my eyes are so big. And then I put like 3 miles in my eyes, so then my eyes are so dry.
I don't know. That's all.
I know.
How do you get them back? Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh, let me just tell you, this just got out of hand. But I'm glad it's done, and now my garage smells like roses. Stays on the board, it's gonna be.
That's not. You were saying, she has no trouble. But then, she's gonna be.
Yeah.
Still want to stop seeing.
What up, Michael?
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Oh, thank you, you too.
I was there. I'll never say the same. So.
Someone needs to be here. It's on the docket today. Yeah, tell me now. Hello, yes.
We're here on, Ms. Celestina Gonzalez.
Do you have a court file?
Don't, I should pull that, sorry.
You did get your client.
Where's Celestina Gonzalez? And if y'all can switch. All right, so where are we on this case?
Your Honor, this is the first setting. The state has made an offer and I'll confer with my client about that.
All right, do you have all the discovery?
I believe we do, Your Honor.
All right, I need an acknowledgement of discovery. And how old are you?
45.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you call this next week for a plea deadline date, please? All right, we're going to come back on June 12th. On June 12th, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the reason why I ask people's age, because sometimes if they're 18, it's like, well, I need to talk to mom, I need to talk to dad. So that's why. All right, you're excused after you sign the reset form.
Judge, do you want me to get the discovery acknowledgement today
Yes,
or
please.
next?
If you get it today.
I'll go get it right.
All right, thank you. Oh, they may be able to let you use their computers for it.
Probably be faster.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're right back.
Okay. Sorry, Judge, I was just approaching, Norma to let her know that I was gonna approach you. You cut mine. I cut your eye first.
No problem. All right, could I see the party? It's on Terrence Trudell. Terrence Truesdell.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. All right, have you received all the discovery?
No, Judge, there's some items that were missing. I confer with the prosecutor. He's gonna upload them and then request some additional discovery that are missing.
What items are missing on a burglary of a building?
It doesn't look, Judge, we're looking to upload the IDR. There's also a property crime packet that the police provided to our office that hasn't been uploaded yet, and some text messages, Judge.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On Truesdale. I want a 30-day reset, and that's going to be your plea deadline date. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And so state you all have to confer off docket to make an offer.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll be back on July 10th. Once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge. Yes.
Oh, you. Doris?
Yes. What's that one?
I thought you were talking about- I
Thought
thought
he was
you were-
Can I move him to that?
Yes, sir.
All that wind coming up.
Oh. You know, there's a song called Misbehaving.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Longacre, do they have your paperwork for you? No, okay.
I think that. Um. Yeah.
French. All right, who's here on Robert Pettis? All right, Mr. Pettis, come forward. All right, where are we on this case?
Judge, this is our first setting and I've conferred with the state and I've conveyed the offer that was made this morning. But we would like more time to kind of consider that and consider some alternatives.
All right, have you received all the discovery
I believe I have, Your Honor.
and states you tendered an offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, how old are you?
42 years old.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, if I can get a reset date for next week for a plea deadline date? All right, June 12th will be your plea deadline date. After that, the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements with that good cause. Otherwise, you have to plead open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form and then you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think it does not.
Hello.
No, Judge, I'm checking back in.
All right, let me, can I see the file on Mr. Cole, please? Yes. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Judge. How are you?
Oh, great. All right, Normie, can you check? I already have him down as a bond forfeiture back in March. And it's Mr. Cole, 2019 CR 9039. I think this was the person who was in Washington State.
He was- I believe in May, right?
All right, so I'm gonna call this, and this time when I do it, put a notation in there that nobody's to change that unless it's me, so they'll have to come to me. All right, court is calling 2019 CR 9039, State of Texas versus James Arlington Cole. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Travis Banks, the state of Texas.
Defense?
Jeannie Cupid.
All right, this hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 10:42 a.m. Deputy Laura, was there any answer for Mr. Cole?
No, Your Honor, there was one answer earlier.
All right, and the defendant has not been here at all today, and the court will note for the record that the court saw that the defendant was a no-show on March 21st, 2022. The defendant said he was in Washington State. And then the court recalled it for March 22nd. The defendant was a no-show. And at that time, the court issued a bond forfeiture and remanded the defendant without bond, but it was recalled by someone else. So, state.
Your Honor, the state makes some moves to revoke the defendant's bond.
All right, and defense, have you had any contact with your client?
Not since May of last year, Your Honor. I've reached out to all of the contact numbers I have and have not heard back from him. I've also reached out to a family member and have not had any response.
All right, the court will grant the bond forfeiture, remand your client without bond. If your client makes an appearance, then the court will reconsider.
All right,
All
thank
right,
you,
thank
Judge.
you. Always great seeing you.
Good to see you too. May I be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
So on this one, just make sure there's a notation so they'll know. Yes. All right, thank you. Who's here on Damon Thomas?
I am judge. He's a inmate. I conferred with the state. It's a first setting. I need to look at some videos.
All right, Mr. Thomas, come on down. Let me see what page he is on. All right, thank you. All right, so what is happening with this case?
We're just going through the process of discovery, Judge. I've conferred with the state. We have a better grasp of what's happening. I just need to confirm some videos because there's alleged statements made attributed to my client that we don't agree with. And so hopefully the videos will confirm which way that goes.
All right, and state, has all of that been uploaded in discovery?
Judge, I have not had the opportunity to look at that this morning yet, but we will make sure it is uploaded before the next setting.
All right, and state, were you able to tender an offer or no?
No.
We don't want an offer at this time, Judge.
Okay. All right. Ms. Ferguson? On Mr. Thomas? Recall this in 3 weeks for discovery.
What date is that?
Where are you going to be? I forgot.
Well, I'm going to be in Houston later this month. And then next month, I'm going to be in Vegas. July 6th, that works.
Okay. All right, we'll see you back on July 6th for discovery. And then after that, on that date, state we need to be prepared to make an offer.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is there anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. No, I'm sure. Oh, I was just checking. Always like to make sure you're doing okay. I'm just wondering, so where are you?
That's a little while I saw it.
Mr. Mays, are you ready?
Yes.
Well, start by and make sure that they're okay. All right, thank you. I don't know that he's missing, you know, get in there. All right, who's here on Carlos Lanzaverti Martinez?
Okay, good morning. Likewise, good, good.
All right, court is calling 2022 CR 8248, State of Texas versus Carlos Lanzaverti Martinez. We have an interpreter here. Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear and affirm you will faithfully translate from English into Spanish and Spanish into English, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
Norma Nero.
And can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
For the defense?
Oh, Charles Mice for Mr. Landaverta Martinez, Your Honor, ready.
And are you Carlos Landaverti Martinez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you entered a plea to the offense of arson, of habitation or place of assembly. According to the plea bargaining agreement, the state is recommending deferred adjudication. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, any objections to the PSI report, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
Mr. Garahan? All right, and the court wanted a PSI done on this case because there were some issues. At least Mr. Judge Angelini wanted a PSI report. So he ordered a PSI, a TAP evaluation, and mixed mouth evaluation. So counsel, is there anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, my client, was just to apologize to this court and to the parties involved, Judge. He knows he made a egregious mistake. And he just asked his court for the forgiveness, Your Honor.
All right, so this is the question the court has. In the PSI report, it says that he's here illegally. So if he's here illegally, he's going to be deported. I mean, unless the PSI report is incorrect. Mr. Martinez, are you here illegally? Yes. All right, so he's going to be deported. I'm not inclined to put any holds on him because I want him deported if he's not supposed to be here. And when I say I want, that's what the law requires. So it's not me personally saying, let me go down the street and deport people. The law is that he's supposed to be deported. And as a condition of his probation, if he comes back here and he's not back here legally, what's going to end up happening is he's going to be looking at the full range of punishment for this offense. And the full range of punishment is up to life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Do you understand, Mr. Martinez?
Sí, entiendo.
Yes, I do understand.
So as a part of your conditions of probation, it is going to be that you not return unless you're here legally.
Okay, and
Can I speak?
Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Carlos Roberto Martínez Cruz.
Carlos Roberto Martínez Cruz.
All right, so why does it say on this paperwork that you're Carlos Landaverti Martinez?
Es realmente una equivocación en documentos.
Yes, actually, that is a mistake on the documents.
All right. Well, the way it appears on the document, unless there is some other documentation that shows you with a different name, this is how we're going to proceed.
It's fine.
All right. So I want to let you know if you're going to be answering questions or there's something you wish to say, then the state will have a chance to ask you questions as well. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Do you still wish to say something to the court?
Yes.
All right. What do you wish to say?
Lo que quiero decir es que realmente no es, no soy culpable, culpable totalmente en lo ocurrido.
What I want to say that is, in reality, I am totally guilty of what happened.
La acusación que me hicieron fue como intento de incendio de una casa de habitación cuando realmente fue un accidente en un trabajo.
Okay, the thing that they accused me of is that intent of arson to a habitation, but in actuality, it was an accident.
Jamás hubo intención de mi parte hacerle daño a persona o a terceras personas. Jamás fue mi intención hacer un daño a terceras personas ni a la propiedad.
My intention was never to cause harm to people or to the property.
All right, Mr. Martinez, you've already pled to this. I'm just here to hear sentencing. This is not to be a jury trial or a bench trial because you've entered your plea and you entered your plea on April 17, 2023. So I'm only here to hear evidence as it relates to sentencing you. And what I'm telling you is according to the plea bargain agreement, there is an agreement for deferred adjudication. Once I proceed with this sentencing, you will not be allowed back in the United States unless you are here legally. If you come back to the United States and you are not here legally, you are looking at life in prison. Because one of the conditions I'm going to set for you is you are not to be back in the United States unless you are here legally. Do you understand?
Okay. Understood.
All right. Is there anything you wish to say?
No, thank you very much.
All right. Defense, any questions?
None, Your Honor.
State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. This is what the court is going to do. Court is going to sentence you to 10 years deferred adjudication. There's to be no illegal, and that's illegal, re-entry. into the United States. Once you are here legally, there's to be proof of employment within 40 days of legal reentry. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There is to be 90 sober meetings in 90 days. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Regular UAs. 200 hours of community service restitution. And residential treatment that will be held in abeyance. And that residential treatment will be with SADF. And that's to be held in abeyance until he's here legally. And I'm sorry, just one moment. And I don't see any restitution. It says $0 for restitution, so I'm not going to order restitution. I do note that the complainant in this case said they would be in court. They didn't mean for you to get in trouble. They wanted to get you out of jail. They say that you're like a brother to me and I want him to get out. I want to do whatever I can to help him. He was using drugs at the time, and I just thought he was a danger to himself and others, but I didn't want him in all this trouble. So just so you know, the complainant wants you out. And I see that you are, it says here, highest grade completed, and that you're a college graduate. Is that true? Yes. All right. What did you study in college?
Ciencias y letras. Bachillerato en ciencias y letras.
High school in science and literature.
Okay. All right. Probation. Is there anything else he needs? All right. Is there anything else you need from the court?
No.
All right. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? Yes. All right. Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? Yes. All right, we can go off the record. Good luck to you, Mr. Martinez. So, Mr. Martinez, what brings you to the United States?
El desempleo, la violencia en mi país.
Unemployment and violence in my country.
Pero está bien.
But it's fine.
All right, I wish you the best. All right, good luck to you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Judge, but I think there's another plea.
All right, is there another plea? All right, who's here on Michael Mora?
I am Judge.
All right, they'll be able to let you know. Is there someone else here who needs an interpreter?
Your Honor, I do, Your Honor. We just think the plea paperwork.
All right, so if you could go over the paperwork with them, thank you. All right, and you're on this side, Ms. Kramer. All right, what is happening with this case?
Judge, when I was about to make a plea offer to defense, I saw a note in synopsis saying that I needed to reach out to an investigator. I have already emailed them. They just haven't responded back.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset? All right. Let me look it up. I'm gonna give you a 30-day reset. Yes, thank you. I'm gonna put you down for July 6th. Is that enough time for you?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so we're gonna bring you back on July 6th, and that will be for discovery. I'm gonna give you a reset form and then your client is excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. So, Ms. Kramer, I hear you have plumbing issues.
Oh, my God. I don't even know who to call, you know, I mean, I've called like 3 or 4, I have to check back to see if anybody can come like now.
Oh, gosh, you know who knows people to call? Pat Montgomery. He always has some information on everyone.
Like, I can't wait for them to come like tomorrow or the next time.
Ah,
How did you even hear that?
oh, I heard you talking.
Oh. Like, are you good? It's running. So I have a bunch of things. I don't know if it's gonna be enough to set that one.
Here you are. So we'll see you back on July 6th.
Oh,
There you go. No, that's discovery on Michael Moore. Good luck.
Thank you.
And Norma, if you could get Miss Kelly Green here or either Bob Behrens. Oh, wow. I should wear my glasses. Who's here on Richard Ortiz? All right, Mr. Ortiz. Court is calling 2021 CR 5898, State of Texas versus Richard Ortiz Jr. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hank Wilkins for the state.
Defense.
Anthony Cantrell for the defendant.
And are you Richard Ortiz Jr.?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's entitled motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same Richard Ortiz Jr. who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2021 CR 5898 for the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams on August 29, 2022 for a period of 2 years? Is that you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state.
Your Honor, violated condition number 4 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Richard Ortiz Jr. did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed for the month of April 2023 in violation of condition number 4.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True. Judge, we waived the remaining violations alleged in the motion to enter.
Any objection?
No objections.
Mr. Ortiz, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 4, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 4?
Yes.
Court will find violation of condition number 4 true. Is there an agreement?
There is, Your Honor. The defendant is going to attend SAT-off treatment.
Mr. Ortiz, is that the agreement?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, is that the agreement?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ortiz, you want to raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Richard Ortiz Jr.
All right, so why didn't you report?
I just stopped going.
But why?
Just didn't have a proper reason. I just it kind of got intense. I was going to all my classes, the treatment that they gave me, and I started using again. So that's why I stopped. I said stop going because
What drug were you using?
that's good.
All right, why do people always whisper with their drug of choice? Here's the thing,
It's embarrassing.
addictions, guess what? Where you are now is not where you're going to end up unless this is where you want to be and aren't maybe going to prison or going to jail.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is just a bump in the road and it's up to you where you want it to lead to.
Yes.
Okay, so you've been using meth. State defense, did y'all confer with probation?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, and is this probation's recommendation?
Originally, they had said safety but I asked them to consider SAT-off and they said that they would consider and they were okay with it. You can get treated for both. I mean, at this facility at either location.
All right, do you have any violent criminal history, Mr. Ortiz?
No, ma'am.
What is your criminal history?
I
mean, you should know. Have you been to prison before?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any misdemeanor cases? Any assault cases?
No, ma'am.
All right, so have you been on probation before?
This was my first time, ma'am. 2 years to defer.
All right, some deny the motion. Alternate amend conditions to include a referral to felony drug court. Yes.
He was already in felony drug court, and that's where he did not report.
Well, that's a problem. Because I know that felony drug court is a good program.
Yes, it is.
And I know they tried to help you
Very good program.
and you just stopped reporting. So why should I keep him on probation? That's where we are now, because he's been sent to the best treatment program we have, which is felony drug court.
Judge, I would ask that you consider sending him back there to give him one more chance. I think this caught his recognition of how bad a drug problem he had. And he does want to get help, so.
All right, we'll do a re-referral to felony drug court. That's to take place while in custody. If he's not accepted, then he's going to safety. And that's to be while in custody. So you had better speak with felony drug court and tell them why they should accept you back. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Otherwise, you're going to be going to safety.
Yes, Your Honor.
Probation, is there anything else he needs? All right. Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful, Mr. Ortiz?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. Mr. Ortiz, I'm going to tell you what I tell everybody.
Yes.
In this court. In order to be successful on probation, communication is key. You cannot communicate if you are not reporting. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do not come back to me for failure to report. You understand?
Yes.
From here on out, everything you do, you need to ask yourself, is this something that could result in me potentially going to prison for 10 years? If the answer is yes, you definitely shouldn't do it. If the answer is maybe, you definitely shouldn't do it. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have any issues, speak with probation. If for any reason you feel like probation is not addressing your issues, then you can come to court. We're always here.
Yes, Your
But we
Honor.
won't be here on July 4th. But otherwise, if it's not a holiday, we're here.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right?
Yes,
Good
sir.
luck to you. Do better.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Cox, you just missed. Oh, look at you with your Miami hat. So you think they're gonna do it?
Yeah, come back.
They buried it. They said it was gonna be sweet. Yeah, brooms.
They had the brooms ready?
Brooms set.
You know,
I say, every now and then David beats the lie.
oh, there you go. But you gotta believe, you know what you always say when you're playing and you're the underdog, don't look in the mirror.
So they got the Joker, got Batman.
So do you know, is Dwayne Wade and anybody coming to watch them play? Chris Bosh coming back? Did Dwight Howard ever play for you all, or was it Orlando?
It was Orlando. White House.
But you're bringing back I will tell you, I was watching that game and then they made a comeback and then they fell short. You know, I'm sure they were in the audience cheering. You know, it's like that commercial. You remember they used to play that commercial about the thrill of victory, agony of defeat. Yeah,
They never lost the thrill of being at home.
they have now.
So we, I think we'll be all right.
So what's your call on the game?
I like 6.
6 for the
That's a
series?
good number. I have been 6.
My man 6. So let me ask you this, but if it gets to 7, are they gonna be in trouble?
Judge, you know it's gonna go to 7 because it's all fixed.
I'm sorry, what?
It's gonna go to 7.
We don't need fixers in here.
That's, how do you make the most money? You sell all the games.
They're gonna be fine. I'm not believing that.
Well, I don't watch professional sports.
I still will watch I watch basketball, I watch hockey, I watch indoor soccer, not outdoor soccer. So I watch curling.
So if it's in a roof stadium, does that count as indoor?
No, it's just that outdoor soccer, it's so, I know I should feel better about it. And by the way, I think soccer players are some of the best athletes. But I'm over people falling down. They bring the stretcher out, they put them on the stretcher, and then the whistle blows, then they get off the stretcher. I don't understand that.
Watch lacrosse.
Okay. Stephen Wellington. Stephen Wellington, come forward.
You do.
All right. So today is plea deadline date.
Okay. Right, I think we may have to let that go pass. So it's just-
Right. So do y'all want, Mr. Wellington, are you rejecting the offer? Do you want a jury trial? You want to talk to Mr. Cox about that?
Yes.
All right, if you all step back. Thank you. You're welcome. Is that on the docket today or no?
I think it was the one that was the main consideration.
Mr. Oldestor, I was worried about you.
Thank you. You must have ESP. I'm okay. They gave me some stuff and I stopped taking it and I'm not going to do that again.
Okay.
So I ran out and
And Norma, I'm gonna email the judges right now.
You asking for a no? Just. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a new case and I don't know. Yeah, I'll tell my my advocate, that's. The situation. I'll see if I can get this.
Okay, all right, thank you. And Norma, I sent it to you, so if you could let the coordinators know, and I'll let the judges know. Who's here on Pedro Alonso? I wanted to say everything but Alonso.
Here, Your Honor.
All right, come forward. And counsel, before we go on the record, is your client a citizen?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, if everyone could please whisper, we're on the record. The court is calling 2022 CR 11923B, State of Texas versus Pedro Jesus Alonso. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
Adam Ford for the defendant, Your Honor.
And are you Mr. Alonso?
Yeah.
Oh, I know, yeah, is not Spanish. So either you're going to be speaking in Spanish or you're going to speak in English.
Said yo, like I in Spanish.
Yo.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Daniel, for representing Mr. Alonso.
Well, no, I think that's where the confusion happened.
I said, yeah.
Ah, okay. Thank you. Sometimes there's confusion, but hey, de nada. All right. So you're Pedro Jesus Alonso?
Yes.
All right. And we have an interpreter here. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm you will faithfully translate from English into Spanish and Spanish into English, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. You can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
Norma Nero.
All right. Mr. Alonso, all of these documents are in English. Were those reviewed with you and your in Spanish?
Yes.
And do you understand all of the documents?
Yes.
All right, counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, we reviewed with my client.
All right, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Counsel, there's an application for probation, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the court doesn't have a copy of his application for probation. Did you fill one out?
I apologize, Your Honor. Let me follow one up.
All right, if you'll file one.
And Judge, not that I had a little bit, but it's for deferred.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Alonso, do you realize that you're applying for deferred adjudication in this case?
Probation, yes.
All right, so counsel is going to go over this document with you with the translator.
And this is. 10 years probation. Okay. Go ahead, please. Sign. Please.
Yes.
This hand is first.
All right, if you'll
Yes.
pass that.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you're, no, no. Thank you. All right, this is everyone just pause for a moment, please.
This is the contract. This is the contract. This is why the bridge for this. The big deferred. It's going to be enough.
All right, thank you. All right. Mr. Alonso, did you review the document entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision with your attorney, and did you understand it?
Yes.
All right. Did you review the document entitled True Bill of Indictment with your attorney, and did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we're proceeding on count 1 and waiving count 2.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Alonso, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney in Spanish? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of aggravated kidnapping? That's a first-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes.
If you have a plea bargaining agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Okay.
Did you understand? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
And did you intend to give up these rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand if the court were to aggravated? Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication? If for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Alonso, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
According to the plea bargain agreement, state is proceeding on count 1. There's a $500 fine, affirmative finding of deadly weapon. State recommends deferred adjudication. They're taking in consideration grand jury number 785003, JN number 2096686. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is asking that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 10 years. There be a TAP evaluation and 120 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes.
Then to count 1, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Yes.
How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State any evidence?
State offer states exhibit 1 in all attachments.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, state. Did you review the document entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. Court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. And the court is aware from previous hearings with co-defendant, the reason behind the state making this offer. All right. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, I did tell him about the consequences that if any violation of probation, if you do grant probation, he could be sentenced up to 99 years in prison. And he understood that very clearly, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Alonso, are you employed?
No.
How old are you?
19.
So how do you support yourself?
Well, I used to have a job. I used to work with my sister's husband.
So you're supporting yourself by working with your sister's husband?
Yes,
And what do you do for them?
I cut grass, landscaping.
How far did you go in school?
11th,
Do you have any children?
no.
All right. This is what the court is going to do. Court is going to sentence you to a $500 fine, 10 years deferred adjudication. There's an affirmative finding of a deadly weapon. Take in consideration grand jury number 7850003, JN number 2096686. There's to be no contact with Benito Lopez. If you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be? And know that you're getting a drug test today.
Positive.
What are you going to be positive for? Ecstasy. I think he said ecstasy. THC.
THC.
All right. Anything else?
No.
You're not allowed to do drugs while you're on probation. And in Texas, marijuana is still a drug and it's illegal. Do you understand?
Yes.
So I'm going to want UAs. We're going to do the hotline, have them test for levels. And he needs to be tested at least once a week. Proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. I'm going to want field visits 1 time per month. And that will be until he presents a negative UA. And I'm going to want 90 sober meetings in 90 days. Probation, is there anything else he needs? Yes, we can still do a TAP evaluation. All right, Mr. Alonso, is there anything else you need from the court to be successful on this probation?
No.
All right, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, we can go off the record. In this court, in order to be successful on probation, communication is key. You need to make sure you report. If there is an issue that you feel probation is not addressing, you can come to the court. Do you understand?
Okay.
All right, you say you're working for your sister and her husband?
Yes.
Do you love your sister?
Yes.
How much do you love your sister?
A lot.
All right. This is the reason why I asked you that question. Because you and your friend decided to build your happiness off somebody else's misery. You had people who wanted to come to the United States and you're up there holding them hostage for $800. I'm sure the only reason why you're being given deferred is because no one knows where Mr. Lopez is. But you need to think of this. What if your sister were in this position and she ran across somebody like you who brings her here and then won't let her leave until they pay $800? And you know, these people didn't have $800 to pay you. So you need to go forth thinking about that. And every time you think about doing something wrong and building your happiness off somebody's misery, you need to look at your sister who you love mucho and think, what if somebody were preying on her the way you preyed on these people? Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, and what's the tattoo on your neck? That's a big tattoo.
It's an angel.
All right, why is the angel saying shh? Or is it holding its cheek?
I got it done because my grandfather passed away.
Okay, was it painful?
No.
All right, well, good luck to you. Don't go forth in the world and do good. Stop doing wrong. You understand? Because karma always brings it back around. All right, good luck to you.
Your Honor, he's on full GPS, right, Your Honor?
All right, I will give him partial GPS so he can work. I think it's still through pretrial.
He's still at full house GPS, Your Honor.
No, I heard you. All right. Is he able to do partial GPS with pretrial still or no?
Once the bonds closed out, then that's.
Okay. State, do you all still want him on GPS?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we can remove GPS.
Your Honor, he lives in Dallas County, Your Honor.
All right, see, I asked if anybody had anything they wanted to say while we're on the record. We're back on the record. Could I see the file again?
I apologize.
No problem. So what are you asking, that it be transferred?
Yes, Your Honor, he lives in Dallas County, Your Honor.
Is there anything else that needs to be placed on the record, counsel?
Besides that GPS removal, Your Honor, that'll be all, Your Honor.
All right. And we'll do a transfer to Dallas County. You are not transferred to Dallas County until probation lets you know that you're approved for transfer. Do you understand?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down. It's always great seeing you.
Likewise, there's a third one.
Oh, there is? Who is the third one who needs the interpreter? Okay. All right, John Anthony Rodriguez. All right, what's happening with this case?
Your Honor, this is first sitting. Mr. Rodriguez has been in rehab therapy, right? Since- In Southton. We still need to review, file together. And I know he's still continuing therapies outpatient now. So we just want to continue that and have time to review the file.
All right, so do you have all the discovery?
It looks like we do, Your Honor.
All right, and state, were you able to tender an offer?
I don't believe we've been able to make that. No, we didn't, Judge, and Mr. Rodriguez, like I said, had been in custody, or not in custody, inpatient, so I knew that we wanted to continue that, but I'll wait and I'll get an offer done.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, well, come back after you've received an offer.
And Your Honor, I did want to work with.
No, I'm going to give you a time, but I need to make sure that an offer is tendered so I can write in the file. Okay, so just skip a line and come back.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. Who's here on Yvette Martinez? Yvette Martinez. Norma, can you call Mr. Longacre?
Yes.
All right, if you can call him back for Mr. Wellington. Yes. Mhm. Yeah, that's fine. No, you can still extend them, yes. Norma, what date do we give Daniel Maris Medina? All right, thank you.
Your Honor, I understand missed your calling in the case. I stepped out to use the restroom.
All right, well, just give us a moment. I'm going to take you up right after I do the one involving the interpreter. Are they ready?
Yeah, he's been sworn.
Okay. All right, who is your client?
Jesus Martinez came to, you can see he's in the box.
Okay. No problem. That's okay. All right, if he'll come down, please. And where's the interpreter? Ah, hi. And is your client a citizen?
No, ma'am.
All right, if you could put him on that side,
You did appoint an immigration lawyer.
and that's been taken care of?
Yes.
All right, and counsel, if you'll switch on this side. Court is calling 2022 CR 8119, State of Texas versus Jesus Eduardo Martinez Cantu. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state? State? Defense?
Robert Mauer for defendant.
And are you Mr. Martinez Cantu?
Yes.
We have an interpreter present. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm you will faithfully translate from English into Spanish and Spanish into English, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
You can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
Norma Niva.
All right. And Norma, I need a PSI date on this. All right, counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
I did.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Cantu, all of the documents I'm going to review with you are in English. Were those reviewed with you in Spanish?
Yes.
And did you understand those documents?
Yes.
Did you review and sign the document entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication with your attorney?
Yes.
Did you review the document entitled True Bill of Indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're proceeding on both counts?
Count one, Your Honor.
All right. Any objection to the waiver of count two?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Cantu, did you review the document entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Did you understand you're charged in count one with sexual assault of a child? That's a second-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine.
Yes.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand that the court were to grant your application, if for any reason your probation were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do.
Mr. Cantu, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No.
No.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you a US citizen?
No.
All right, off the record for a moment. Could attorneys approach? Could you put us on mute, please? Yes, that one I'm done with. All right, the court is calling 2023 CR 1876, State of Texas versus Yvette Martinez. Now parties announced for the record for the state.
Jason Gearhand for the state, Your Honor.
Defense.
Longacre, Ms. Martinez.
And are you Yvette Martinez?
Yes.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Martinez, did you review the document entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Judge.
All right. And counsel, it appears that you are only applying for regular probation. Is that correct? Community supervision?
No, Judge, we're applying for deferred adjudication. State today is opposing that. Fill out one for regular probation. I didn't know whether I needed to do both, but we're.
All right. So no, I have both. That's why I was wondering. All right. State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, we're waiving count 2, Your Honor, proceeding on count 1 alone.
Any objection?
Not, Your Honor.
All right, I'm showing you, Ms. Martinez was entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Did you understand that you're charged with intoxication assault as a third-degree felony? The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine.
Yes.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand that the court would grant your application for deferred adjudication if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked? Court could find you guilty, sentence you up to 10 years in prison and an up to $10,000 fine.
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
She has indeed.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do.
Ms. Martinez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
According to the plea bargain agreement, state is proceeding on count 1. They're asking your punishment be assessed at 10 years in the prison. There's a $2,500 fine. State opposes your application for deferred adjudication. They recommend community supervision. There's to be restitution, if any, to Julio Casas Jr. and Cameron Casas. Also, you are to stipulate that on or about January 7, 2022, you were at Pockets, a billiards bar and restaurant located at 5819 Northwest Loop 410, San Antonio, Texas, 78238, where you were drinking alcohol beverages and only consumed alcohol beverages at that location, then left the location driving your vehicle, and you drove your vehicle into a vehicle occupied by Julio Casas Jr. and Cameron Casas. Did you understand that to be the plea bargain agreement?
Yes.
Defense?
We did.
State?
It is, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver or appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, ma'am.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 10 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 200 hours of community service restitution, ignition interlock for half the term of probation, and 2-year Texas driver's license suspension. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes.
Then to the offense is charged in count 1. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State, any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State Exhibit number 1 with all of its attachments.
No objection, Judge.
All right, and Norma, I'll need a date for PSI. And probation is going to be a PSI and TAP. And state, you may be excused. Ms. Martinez, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. I'm going to request a PSI and TAP evaluation, and you will be back here on August 3rd. At that time, I will make a decision on your application based upon the PSI report and any other evidence that's submitted. You understand?
Yes.
We can go off the record. So is she on any type of device?
I like monitoring.
I'd like my Judge.
All right, thank you. Probation will let you know what you need to do, and Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset.
Your Honor, does that leg monitor need to remain until August the 3rd?
Oh, yes. Okay. All right. Is there anything else?
Nothing further from us, Judge.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to tell you that I feel awfully bad for what I've done. I am sorry, Your Honor, and I learned from my mistakes. I would never do this again. This is embarrassing, and I have 2 kids, and I want to be the life for them, and I just.
Okay, what I will tell you
I'm sorry,
is,
that's all.
no. What I will tell you is this, and I tell this to everybody. These are not mistakes. These are choices that people made.
Yes.
So it's a bad choice that you've made, but it's not a mistake. Okay.
I
All
meant
right.
to say the choice, yes.
All right. No problem. I understand. Thank you. Stephen Wellington. And then Robert, as soon as you're all ready, let me know.
I'm just waiting, Judge.
Okay. All right, Mr. Wellington, are you rejecting the offer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, who is the state on Wellington? Yes. How long do you expect this jury trial to last?
Approximately 3 days, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a reset date, family violence, jury trial for Mr. Stephen Wellington. And Mr. Wellington, you're rejecting the offer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thanks for dressing appropriately for court.
Thank you.
Oh, Kenise, you're always dressed appropriately.
I think, is there a motion filed for
The removal of the GPS? Yes.
and which is the action, Judge? It kind of speaks for itself. Under the circumstances case, I don't see why a magistrate would even put him on.
Mhm.
There's, we're not acting that.
If you want to, we can recall this back for tomorrow and I'll hear this motion.
Okay.
And is your client working?
Doing Zoom, well, that he can't work because of the amount.
Okay. Is there a reason it can't be tracking only state?
Let me.
So we'll do tracking only, but then we can have a
Tracking
hearing on
only.
Zoom if you still wish.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would have no objection to modifying the track.
All right, so we'll do
Tracking only.
tracking only. And you know you're not to have any contact with the complainant.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, July 11th will be your jury trial date. After you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And Mr. Cox, if you want a copy of that, you can let them know.
Yes, ma'am.
And as soon as y'all are ready with the immigration, let me know.
I think we've got about 5 seconds.
Okay. All right, after we take up the immigration matter, then the court is going to take up Ricardo Torres and Jose Ruiz. Who's here on Eliezer Sierra?
Didn't show up. I think
All right.
Vern stated that it does.
All right, so if y'all can come forward, yes. Yes. All right, just 1 second. Court is calling 2023 CR 3412B, State of Texas versus Eliezer Sierra. I know I'm mispronouncing the first name. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hank Wilkins for the state, Your Honor.
Teresa Conley for Mr. Sierra.
All right, is there a Mr. Sierra in the courtroom? All right, this hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 12:06 p.m. Counsel, have you had any contact with your client?
I lost his number, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
He has been responsible in other hearings, though.
Well, this court only has pre-indictment cases, so unless indicted cases, so unless he showed up for pre-indictment.
Misdemeanor. Yes,
Oh, for misdemeanor, not in felony court.
no, this is our first one.
Deputy, was there an announcement made for Mr. Sierra?
Yes, Your Honor, there was no answer.
All right, state.
Your Honor, we asked for bond forfeiture at this time.
All right, that'll be granted. Your client will be remanded without bond. If your client appears, the court will reconsider. All right, thank
Any
you.
length of time, Your Honor?
Just as soon as he gets here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Katrina Mendoza. All right, today is the plea deadline night, and counsel, you're on this side.
Judge, actually, good morning. So at the last setting, I was given May 25th as one more month for discovery.
Okay.
On the 25th, Your Honor, I was in a jury trial.
Okay.
In the.
So do you have all the discovery?
So we're at a discovery mark, if the court will consider that. And I do believe I have the discovery.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need to set for 2 weeks for a plea deadline date. There will be no further extension of plea deadline dates. State, have you made an offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
June 22nd, Judge.
All right, June 22nd will be your plea deadline date. Ms. Mendoza, after that date, the court will not consider any plea bargaining agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you'll have to plead open to the court. Do you understand? And on June 22nd, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. Do you understand? Do you have any questions about the process? No. All right, thank you.
I excuse Judge.
Yes. Counsel, are you ready on?
I am good.
All right, state. And can I have the interpreter back on Jesus Martinez Cantu? And I need the state, I need the steps. Okay. No problems. And on this case, to the court reporter, on this case on Martinez Cantu, where did we leave off? All right, thank you. And we're going to go back on the record in 2022 CR 8119, State of Texas versus Jesus Eduardo Martinez Cantu. All right. Mr. Cantu, with regards to the bill of indictment, did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
See,
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading on the indictment?
we do.
Just one moment, excuse me. Mr. Ultrastor? All right, your right is here. All right, thank you. Just, you can go home now. All right, take care of yourself. All right, are you waiving the reading of the indictment?
We are, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented with regards to counts?
Or with regards to counts, no, the state makes a motion to proceed only on count one, waive and abandon count two.
No objections, Judge.
All right, and then is there an amendment, State?
Yes, Your Honor, the state filed a motion to amend the indictment to add the words "a pseudonym" after the complainant's name in the indictment. And it should also be reflected in the judicial confession amended and submitted to the.
I initialed that, then I signed off on the motion to amend.
All
as
right,
well.
so no objections.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Cantu, do you understand that that's a substantive change to the indictment?
Yes.
Do you have any objections to proceeding with that change?
No.
You understand that your attorney has 10 days to prepare for trial once that change is made?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, could you repeat?
I'm sorry. Do you understand that your attorney has 10 days to prepare for trial once that change is made?
Yes.
Knowing that, do you still wish to proceed with this plea?
Yes.
Are you a US citizen?
No.
No.
Defense, with regards to his citizenship, did he have an immigration attorney to represent him?
Yes, the court appointed an immigration lawyer. I spoke with the immigration lawyer about the case and his status. He is here illegally. And both with that and the nature of the offense, it will likely result in his deportation. I made him aware of that.
Mr. Cantu, were you advised of the consequences of pleading no contest and guilty in the application of federal immigration law?
Yes.
Did that advice include possible consequences such as deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States, or the denial of naturalization?
Yes.
Do you understand the immigration consequences of entering into a plea in this cause?
Yes.
Counsel, do you believe your client understands the consequences as it relates to his immigration status with a plea in this case?
Yes, I think he very clearly does. I've discussed it with him repeatedly.
All right, the court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 10 years in the prison. There's $1,000 fine and the state is silent on your application. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Judge.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the paragraph with your attorney entitled waiver of appeal paragraph? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to count one in the indictment as amended, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, do you have any evidence to support the defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor. The state offers State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments.
No objections.
Did you review the document entitled waiver and consent to stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand that the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. Court has reviewed the same. Court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. We will come back on July 20th.
Judge, I am out from the 20th to the 30th. Could we do either the week before or the first week in August?
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can we put this on the week before?
Judge, that's too short a time.
Or the first week in August?
All right, first week in August then.
That's
All
perfect.
right, we'll come back on August 3rd. On August 3rd, I'll make a decision on your plea based upon any evidence that's presented to me and based upon the PSI and TAP evaluation. Is there anything else from either side?
Not from defense, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And the probation may or may not need you for the, oh, they don't, okay. Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
We're in anticipation, Judge.
Can you excuse your honor? Yes. Who's here on Ricardo Torres? We all need to switch.
Oh, see.
Court is calling 2023 CR 3485. State of Texas versus Ricardo Torres. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hank Wilkins for the state, Your Honor.
Defense,
Doug Campbell for Mr. Torres.
are you Mr. Torres?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Torres, I'm showing you what's entitled application for probation. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we are proceeding only on count 2 of the indictment.
Any objection?
No.
Mr. Torres, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Did you understand and count 2, you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance? Penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams. That's a second degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine.
Yes.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry
I'm gonna
about
ask it
that.
again. That's okay. I'm gonna ask it again.
I'm sorry. I did.
Oh, no need to
Judge,
apologize.
Mr. Torres is very nervous.
All right, yeah, no problem. So did you intend to give up those rights that I've just quoted to you and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, yes.
All right, let's do it this
I'm
way.
sorry, ma'am. Yes.
That's okay.
I'm very nervous right now.
All right, so let's shake off the nerves.
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah, and do a breathe in deep and exhale. Okay, so you understand the rights that I've given to you?
Yes.
You understand you have a right to jury trial?
Yes.
Do you want to go to a jury trial or do you want me to accept this plea? Right. You know, you have the right to remain silent. Do you want to give up that right and have me accept this plea?
Yes.
Right. Do you know you have a right for your attorney or yourself to cross-examine any witnesses the state would call?
Yes.
Do you want to give up that right and enter into a plea? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Judge.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mr. Torres, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain agreement, did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on count 2. They're asking that your punishment be assessed at 3 years in the prison. They are opposing your application for community supervision or deferred adjudication. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both
Yes.
places?
Yes.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial Motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No.
Then to count two, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence.
Your Honor, I submit State's Exhibit 1 in the attachments.
No objection.
Mr. Torres, I'm showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you
Yes.
understand it? Did you
Yes.
sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept in the evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
Yes.
All right, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. What is his criminal history?
It's kind
Is it
pretty long.
extensive?
Yes, Judge, that's we'd ask for a PSI.
All right. Ms. Ferguson? I need sentencing date. We're gonna do a PSI in the tap. All right, we'll come back on July 27th. At that time, I'll make a decision on your application based upon whatever evidence is presented to me in the PSI and TAP evaluation. You understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Ms. Floyd.
You're welcome. Thank you. Who's here on Jose Ruiz? All right. All right, on this case today is the plea deadline date. What is happening? All right, you want a jury trial?
Yes, sir. Oh, my goodness, man.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm sorry.
My mom says people will say that when I make them nervous. I try not to make people
Oh,
nervous.
you always make me nervous. I'm always in trouble with my phone or something.
No. Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date on this case. I suggest setting it the same date as the co-defendant. Oh, all right, you're right. So give me a jury trial date for this one.
And Your Honor, this will probably be about 2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks. I mean, there are 13 hours of video.
Not quite.
So now I'm nervous.
Well, we've already signed the discovery acknowledgement. This is just, since we did the discovery acknowledgement, we've uploaded more medical records of the recipients. That was just
So, Mr. Ruiz, are you requesting a jury trial? All right. What date, Ms. Ferguson? Why is it October?
I think you.
Okay.
I don't mind an earlier date.
Huh?
I don't mind an earlier date.
Well, she's
Yeah.
telling me the earliest we can do it is in October. So that's the earliest we can do for you. I mean, state unless you could fit it in your schedule earlier.
I think October 3rd is agreeable to the state.
It's agreeable to us.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, you say October 3rd? All right, your jury trial date will be October 3rd. And Mr. Ruiz, the reason why it's such a late date is because we have murder cases that are set before this. And even some cases that are lesser degree felonies. But of course, in this court, I think everybody deserves their trial as quickly as possible. So even though those cases may be of a lesser degree, they've been in line longer than you, okay? All right, thank you. So we'll come back on October 3rd for jury trial. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brittany. May I have excuse, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Who is here on Myra Gallegos? Hello, have your client come up. What is happening on this case?
Your Honor, we just requested blood discovery. And we're seeing if the court would sign a standard blood discovery order.
All right, have you all had a chance to review that?
I took a brief look at it, Judge.
All right, no objection?
No, you're right. And Judge, just so you know, typically whenever we request blood discovery, it takes about 60 to 90 days, depending on how backlogged they are.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you recall this in 45 days, please? And we'll see where we are.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's going to give you a reset.
Thank you.
What date?
Get a copy, just give it to me.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, we'll be back on July 27th. Once you sign that, you're excused.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
Long time no see.
You're older now.
Oh, well, when did you become a year older?
Yes.
No.
Yesterday.
Oh, well, happy birth month. I hope you're going to enjoy the entirety of the month. That's what I do.
I will.
All right.
I like that. Help me.
Okay.
A few days off.
All right, who's here on Robert Solis? All right, if I can have parties come forward. Okay. All right, and can you let probation know I think? Oops, I'm so sorry. Court is calling 2022 CR 4340, State of Texas versus Robert Lance Solis. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
Will Brooks for Mr. Solis, Judge.
And are you Mr. Solis?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all of the discovery? Did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Solis, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am, to all three.
All right, next I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, we do, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are.
Mr. Solis, I'm going to show you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of driving while intoxicated, third or more, as a third-degree felony? The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, he has, Judge.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Judge, to that point, Mr. Solis does have some documented mental health history. He underwent an evaluation and he was determined to be competent by Dr. Scobb. I agreed with those findings and he is competent to go forward as we stand before you today.
All right. And do you believe he was sane at the time of the offense?
I do, Judge.
Mr. Solis, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 4 years in the prison. There's a $500 fine. State recommends community supervision. There's to be restitution, if any, to Simon Scott with 2 T's. The Victim Impact Panel, DWI intervention. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense,
Yes, Your Honor.
state?
Yes, Judge.
Showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No rulings, Judge.
Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 4 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 140 hours community service restitution, 1 year Texas driver's license suspension, 10 days house arrest in lieu of the Bexar County Jail. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state, and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
State offers State's Exhibit 1 and all attachments.
We've reviewed states 1 and attachments, Judge, and we have no objections.
Mr. Solis, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
All right, and state, you may be excused. Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Judge, we'll waive a pre-sentencing investigation if the
Oh.
court allows.
All right, anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
A couple of things, Judge. Mr. Solis does have some documented mental health history. He has been seeking counseling and taking his medications for those issues since the time of the offense, Judge. He has been on SRAM and he's complied with that. I haven't seen a single violation report. No, sir. I believe 2 years or so, Judge. Yes, ma'am. He is in an untenable living situation right now. He doesn't have any ties to San Antonio anymore. His aunt has sent me a letter that she's able to provide a place for him to stay in Liberty County, Judge. So we're asking that his supervision be transferred to Liberty County. She sent a very nice letter that she'll support him, help him to continue to seek counseling, get his meds. He's been working, pushing a lawnmower every day since this happened, Judge, so he's been getting by. We would ask for, in lieu of the SCRAM, if he could be placed on the Smart Start mobile device. At some point, if he does intend to seek an occupational license, but right now his license is in suspended status. And of course, the recommendation from the state is for an additional year suspension. Judge.
All right, does the SCRAM track him or no?
Is it tracking?
No, man. It's strictly for alcohol through my sweat gland.
All right. Probation, do we have a device that does alcohol, but also is able to track his whereabouts?
Smart Start Mobile.
Okay. All right, where are you staying now?
Right now, I am staying with my girlfriend. Their mother passed away about 7 years ago. I moved into the home about 4 years ago with my girlfriend. There are 2 other sisters. The house is getting to be in probate, and 2 of the sisters want to sell the house. And my ex-girlfriend is, of course, trying to keep the house, but the 2 are gonna overtake her.
So will this sale happen in 10 days, or it's going to be longer than 10 days?
He was supposed to be out Friday, Judge, and he actually reached out to me frantic because we didn't have a court date scheduled, so we were able to get him on the docket. And this was our hope result, but.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. My aunt in Dayton, Texas, Liberty County, she has offered to open her door for me, and And to try and help, as long as I'm trying to help myself, she's going to try and help me get on my feet. And I can meet some of my family on my dad's side of the family for once.
Okay. All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to sentence you to 4 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 4 years. $500 fine probated. Transferred to Liberty County. Restitution, if any, to Simon Scott. And we'll do Smart Start Mobile. And so there's not going to be a transfer, well, there's going to be immediate transfer to Smart Start Mobile from what you're on.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
there's not going to be any downtime where you're not being monitored for alcohol. You understand?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Are you seeing any mental health care professionals now?
Yes, ma'am. I've been under a doctor's care for going on 9 years.
All right. Is this under Center for Healthcare Services or somewhere else?
Yes. Center for Healthcare Services.
All right. Continued with Center for Healthcare Services probation, of course, once he's transferred to Liberty County, then he's to do mental health treatment in Liberty County.
I haven't, I just wanted to make sure the judge was gonna allow.
One thing I forgot to mention, Judge, he did spend about 2.5 weeks in custody when he initially got arrested. As
Okay.
far as the 10 days go, I didn't know if that would impact the court's decision.
So we'll do 10 days in the Bexar County Jail as a condition of probation. I'll show that judgment is satisfied, and I'm doing that because of your mental health issues and the fact that your attorney is representing to the court that you've been clean and sober for 2 years, no violations on SCRAM, and that you are seeing mental health physicians. If that was not the case, you'd potentially be looking at 10 days in the Bexar County Jail, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, there's going to be VIP, DWI intervention. A 1-year driver's license suspension. Proof of employment or SSI within 45 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Do you have any children?
No, ma'am, I don't.
140 hours of community service restitution. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
No, Your Honor.
All right, is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? All right, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. In this court, probation to be successful, communication is key. If there is an issue, let your probation officer know. If you feel like they're not addressing it, your attorney, and you can come back to court, okay?
Terrific. Thank you.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, who's here on,
If I may, I'm
Yes.
sorry, one last thing. Without a restitution number, if that number comes back and it doesn't look correct, could we have the opportunity to come back and have a restitution hearing at
Yes.
that point?
yes, so, sir, what's going to end up happening is probation ultimately will give you a restitution amount. If you think that restitution amount is incorrect, then just let your attorney know, and then we can have a hearing on that. And counsel, if the state has no objection, and you want to hear a hearing on that, and he's in Liberty County, he can appear by Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
May we be excused?
Yes, you may be excused. Who's here on Leah Thompson? All right, state on Thompson. I know, but it says conditional. What does that mean?
She completed a lot of courses while this was pending, and she did take a plea in the misdemeanor court. This just was never TIC'd. Technically, I wasn't gonna put TIC because that wasn't the agreement. It was more she did classes and other things.
Okay, but I'm just trying to figure out the word conditional.
A conditional dismissal, I asked for proof that she had completed all the classes.
Okay, I just always like to understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good luck to you. Who's here on Shawana Charles? All right, Ms. Charles, come forward. Oh, it's Canales. I don't know what is up with my reading today, everyone. See, you know what? That ophthalmologist thinks I'm gonna say, put the line in the glasses. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna continue to take them off. All right, so Shawana Canales, counsel, what's going on with this case?
Judge, Mrs. Canales is currently being held without bail.
Mhm.
And we are asking that the court set bail, and the state is in agreement. That
Well-
bail could be set at $3,000. We're asking that the court do that without the need for a motion and a hearing.
No, there's gonna have to be a motion and hearing because she didn't show up for court and she has been missing. She didn't show up on April 6th.
Judge, and just so you know, Ms. Canales, this case was a 2021 case. When they, during the COVID, when they arrested her, they told her, you're gonna be contacted by someone to let you know when to come to court. She never received any such notice, and so she was picked up on something else, and they said, oh, you have the warrant. So it wasn't that she intentionally failed to appear, she didn't know about it.
I mean, unless she has been, unless they had the wrong address.
The house since then, it burned down, so there's not even a mailbox where the house is. So, like I said, I still had contact with the lady of the owner of it was a store. And I had still contact with the lady of the store, so I would help her go by and clean. But as far as that, I never received a letter because of the house burned down. But during that, like I said, it was during COVID, and they told me that I was gonna receive a letter. And I never received nothing as far as stating about the case.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you see if Judge Nahara can take this bond matter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so where are we on discovery on this case?
So Judge, she did get picked up on a new case that's awaiting indictment. It's a drug case from early May. I just checked. I don't believe we have the drug labs back.
Well, I think it's April 6th, isn't it, or April?
I want to say it was
May?
May. I want to say it was in May.
It was
Okay, and
Yeah.
so do we know what it's, the charge, the level felony?
1 to 4 grams ostensibly, unless it comes out to less than 1 gram.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. Can we recall this in 30 days, please?
And Judge, to further complicate things, the system appointed a different attorney for her new case, so
Oh, who is that?
Ed Garza.
All right, Norma, if you could let Mac know about that.
So obviously we can't take care of both of them. Their state is talking about being willing to TIC the old case if she pleads on the new one, but my hands are tied on that new one.
All right, we're gonna take care of that. Oh, what date? All right, we're gonna be back on July 10th. And then Judge Nahara will hear the bond issue.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I have a question.
Sure.
So is that mean that the bond is?
Oh, what's gonna end up happening is Judge Nahara will hear your motion for a bond.
Okay, on the July 10th?
No. They're gonna hear it before then.
Okay, so then I just checked to see if the bond is. Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome. Who's here on Wilbert Villamil? All right, state, have you tendered an offer?
We have, Your Honor.
They have.
All right, Mr. Villamil, how old are you?
35.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, if we can call this next week for a plea deadline date? All right, well,
Your Honor, if you wouldn't mind giving us a little bit more time, I have a conference that I'm going to in Florida that I leave on Sunday, and I'm not gonna have enough time to talk to him in jail.
which Sunday?
I fly out to Tampa this Sunday.
So that's the 11th?
Yes, and I'll be there all week.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, bring this back the week of June 26th. All right, July 6th is your plea deadline date.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Norma, where is Michael Collins? Oh, okay, my glasses again. And then we need Nifa Carrillo.
She is in juvenile judge doing a plea and she's supposed to come right over.
All right, and then they're working on that, Sarabia. And where's Carl Basil? All right, we're gonna take care of that. And then that leaves us with, see, that's done. All right, where's Kogut Valentina?
She's actually out of town. She's asking if we can get recalled for tomorrow. I just have some inmates tomorrow and I will rotate.
Just 1 second. All right, let me see the file on Robert Valdez.
Yeah, just like Nicholas.
Yes. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Norma, so we'll call that back on Thursday. All right, and then Raphael Leal.
Hey, send him a text, Judge. I have not seen him. I don't know if it's been out of the court. Yes.
All right, call the MAC attorneys, have them come down. And Myra Gallegos, the Sharon Locke.
That one was, you said you hadn't seen me one.
Oh, so that's already been reset? Okay. So then we have Carl Basil, Raphael Leal is needed. Oh, those are the ones.
Yes, ma'am.
Norma, give me 5 minutes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
That one's done.
I'm still trying to get a hold of back.
All right, thank you. All right, Norma, oh, for June 7th? And what time are they thinking? Yes. All right, who's here on Jesse Robago? Court is calling 2023 CR 4877W, State of Texas versus Jesse Robago. Can our parties announce for the record for the state?
Travis Banks for the state of Texas.
Defense?
Michael Collins, attorney for defendant, present and ready on.
All right, are you Mr. Robago?
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor, you received all the discovery. Did you review it with your client?
I have,
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Robago, I'm going to show you what's entitled waiver of indictment, reading of information and rights under Article 1.051 and 26.03 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to have a grand jury review this case and make a decision on whether or not to indict?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand your attorney has 2 days from the presentation of the information and 10 days to prepare for trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were waiving all of those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to waive those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived indictment, reading of information and rights under Article 1.051 and 26.03 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Showing you what's entitled the information. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are you proceeding on the information as present? I'm sorry, are you waiving your right to the reading of the information, counsel?
I am, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the information as presented?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Robago, and probation, there is no application. Mr. Robago, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendant's waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with continuous violence against a family member? That's a 3rd-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to a jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and a right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you're giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I believe he does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Mr. Robago, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to end this plea?
No, ma'am.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, I do.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 3 years in the prison. There's a $600 fine. There are no applications. The state will take in consideration County Court Cause number 7065568 and 2022 CR 7214. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand that the court find that this is a family violence case, then the court is going to find that there's an affirmative finding of family violence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that the court could find that there's an affirmative finding of family violence after reviewing any stipulations or evidence that's presented?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I'm showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
Oh, yeah.
Then to the offenses charged in the information, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, state over states exhibit 1 and its attachments.
I've reviewed that with my client. We have no objections.
Showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
All right, so somebody want to tell me why I should follow this agreement?
Your Honor, he was cooperative with police on his case. He didn't fight with police. He's taking responsibility for his actions, Your Honor. He's got a young child he's trying to get back into life with, Your Honor. So he figures this is the best way to do his time, come back out and start a
She
relationship.
doesn't want anything to do with you.
Pardon me? Your Honor?
Your relationship with her is over.
No, the child.
No, I mean with his significant other.
Right. He's
So that means if there's no contact with her, what that means is you need to go to through a third party if you want to see any children. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, and what is up with these teardrop tattoos and this head tattoo?
I mean, I've had them since I went to prison.
Okay. All right, and what's the name over your eyebrow?
It says Renegade.
Reggae?
Renegade.
Renegade. There used to be a series called Renegade with the guy who played in Falcon Crest. What is his name? Oh, well, none of you all would be helpful on phone a friend. But he played in Falcon Crest and also Renegade. Cornelius? Oh, Lorenzo Lamas. There we go. So here's the thing. This relationship appears that is not a good relationship. And I'm going to follow your agreement, but you need to work on yourself internally, because anytime you're in a relationship with somebody, if you want to put your hands on them in anger, you don't really love them. That's all about control. You understand?
Yes.
And this child you have, how old is this child?
She's just turned 9 months.
9 months. So let me just tell you what happens when you treat her mother this way. When you treat her mother this way, for her, that means that that loves their mother, because you're supposed to love her mother. And when they grow up and they're in a relationship where a guy or someone is putting their hands on them, they're going to think that, okay, this is a sign of love. I need to tolerate this. So do you want anybody hitting on your daughter
No, ma'am.
and being mean to your daughter and disrespectful?
No, ma'am.
Then you should be doing that to the mother of your child. And if you can't be in a relationship with somebody where you can put your hands on them in a loving manner and be loving to them, shouldn't be in that relationship. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to follow your agreement. I'm going to sentence you to 3 years in the prison. I'm going to give you credit for any time served. There's a $600 fine. Time and money will run concurrent. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. Taking consideration 706568 and 2022 CR 7214. Is there anything else with regards to sentencing? All right, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification? With your attorney, did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction and because it's an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question of what a weapon and ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. I understand what all the tattoos mean. I'm always wondering how painful was the tattoo, especially the skull ones. But so I understand a little bit about your life, but there can be some pleasant parts of your life. But if you bring violence into the picture for the people that you love, then it's not pleasant for them. So that needs to change if you want to be in a relationship. You understand?
Yes.
And whenever you go into a relationship, be open and honest about them when you first meet them. Don't let them meet your publicist. That's what I always say. When people are doing first date, they're not meeting the real person. They're meeting their hype man or they're meeting the publicist to hide everything. So be straight open with them. And then they can either say, yeah, I want to be with you or no. You understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck to you. And be somebody your daughter can look up to, okay?
Thank you.
All right, have a good one.
Excuse me.
All right, can I see the other file on him, the 2022 CR 7212? Yes. Thank you. Norma, let them know, unless it's gonna be, if it's gonna be, take place at the jail, then I'll be able to be there at 1:30, but, or if it's gonna be early in the morning, I'll be able to be there early in the morning. Okay. All right, can I see the parties on Sarabia? Or Sarabia? Sorry about the mispronunciation. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I can't roll my R's. Thank you. All right, court is calling 2023 CR 3223 and 2023 CR 4173, State of Texas versus Nicholas Sarabia. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garrett, Your Honor. Robert Barrett on behalf of the screen for Mr. Sarabia.
All right, and are you Mr. Sarabia?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, in each of the cause numbers, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, we have, Judge.
And each of the cause numbers, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. And this is not an application, is it?
No, it's not.
All right, probation, there's no application. And each of the cause numbers, I'm going to show you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review those with your attorney? Did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do.
State and cause number ending in 3923. Are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, you are with the repeater status, Your Honor. Excellent.
And in cause number 2023 CR 4173, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor, we're waiving count one. I'm sorry, we're waiving count two, we're proceeding on count one, the second degree felony possession.
All right, Mr. Sarabia, in each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? Did you sign them in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
And the cause number ending in 3923, you're charged with burglary of a building with intent to commit theft. Normally that would be a state jail felony, but the state is proceeding on the repeater enhancement allegation. If I find that true, your range of punishment will be anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. And the cause number ending in 4173, you're charged with the offense in count one, thank you, of possession of a controlled substance penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams. That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And each of the cause numbers, if you have a plea bargain agreement and the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And each of the cause numbers, you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights in each of the cause numbers and enter into a plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Been able to assist in his defense, Judge.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I believe so, and I believe he's competent to enter his pleas.
Do you believe he was sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mrs. Zarabia, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial.
Yes.
I'm going to show you the plea bargain page and each clause number. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement in each cause number, punishment is to be assessed at 5 years in prison. There are no applications, and the cause number ended in 393. You are to agree that you've been previously convicted of a felony for enhancement. The state is taking several cases in consideration, and there is to be restitution to the following parties: Ace Hardware, Artisan Vapes, REI, Gladys Rivas, GLADYS, Kyle Born, KYLE, BORNE, Alec Vera, ALECVERA. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your
State?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
And each of the cause numbers, did you review the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes,
And
Your
did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal?
I did.
The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
I did, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
Honor. It's not, Judge.
Then, and cause number 2023 CR 3923, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest, Your Honor.
And to the enhancement paragraph, how do you plead? True or not true?
True.
And in cause number 2023 CR 4173, to count 1, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest, Your Honor.
Stating each of the cause numbers, do you have any evidence to support the defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor. State exhibit number 1. All assessments for each case.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Mr. Sarabia, in each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Do you have have you had a chance to review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? Did you sign them in all the appropriate places?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And I see that Mr. Barron, you're standing in for Kelly Green. Is that correct? Do you have any objection to Mr. Barron standing in?
Not at all, Your Honor.
All right. And each of the cause numbers, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, each of the cause numbers, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. The court will find the enhancement true and the cause number ending in 3923 based upon your plea of true and also based upon states exhibits 1 and attachment. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, please.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Which we'll just have asking the court to follow the plea bargain.
All right, and cause number ending in 3923. The court will sentence you to 5 years in the prison. Give you credit for any time served. Take in consideration the following cause numbers: 2023 CR 4344, 4345, 3291, 3290, 3851, 4218B, County Court Cause number 6444852. There's to be restitution to the following: Ace Hardware, and cause numbers 2023 CR 4344 and 4345. Artisan Vapes, and the cause number ending in 3291. REI, and the cause number ending in 3290. Gladys Rivas, and the cause number ending in 3851. Kyle Bourne, and the cause number ending in 4218B. And Alec Vera, and County Court Cause number 6444852. Is there anything else from either party with regards to sentencing in that case?
Your Honor, just on that one, on the restitution, sort of just strategic, but I believe it was Orta Vise, or what was it? Was this? Was it?
Traverse?
Gervais? No, not Artesian vape.
Oh, you're sorry. That is correct. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
That's the victim of that case.
All right, and then there is to be restitution to Orta Vez, VEZ,
Thank you.
and the cause number ending in 3923. All right. Did you review the document entitled trial court certification in that cause number with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because that's a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. All right, we're proceeding in the cause number ending 4173, and this will run concurrent with 2023 CR 3923. The court will sentence you to 5 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. Taken in consideration, 2023 CR 4344, 45, 3291, 90, 3851, 4218B, and there's to be restitution to the following: Ace Hardware, and the cause number ending in 4344, Ace Hardware, and 4345, Artisan Vapes, and 3291, REI, and 3290, Gladys Rivas, and 3851, Kyle Bourne, and 4218B, Alec Vera, and 644 852. And there is to be no contact with Vanessa Rubio. All right, and that cause number, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
I did, Your Honor.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
I do, Your Honor.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. How old are you?
37.
30 what?
37.
All right, you're getting close to where you're in the twilight of your life. You're gonna have to start making better decisions. Otherwise, you're gonna end up spending a majority of your life in prison. Don't be that person. Don't be the grandfather at the prison, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Have a good rest of your day.
Oh, thank you very much. You too.
Yeah.
Enjoy. Oh, before you leave, oh, this is it. It's the right cause number. All right, thank you. Although I think there's one that's missing. Oh, okay, no, it's not. Me and my glasses again. You know, I'm still not getting Invisaligns. All right, thank you.
You can always say. Percolate. You don't get the coffee right away. You have to. Have a good one. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. And then Alex Martinez. Who's the attorney on Alex Martinez?
Cornelius,
Okay,
he's the guy who was on deferred in mental health treatment.
okay. So then everything else is fine. All right, then we'll be back tomorrow at like what? 9 a.m. Is 9 a.m. tomorrow? Is that what our start time is? I think so. Mr. Cox, there's your dismissal.
Oh, I appreciate it.